not playing, you're like, okay, so you're 50% of your games in League, you're playing a random champ with a random build that you've never played before. And aren't you a Smurf? Yeah, dude, I'm a Smurf. I main Misfortune mid with Eclipse. Yeah, I'm Smurfing. This is why, like, chill, like, the concept of chill niece is so ace as a content creator. Like, I just want to vent. Can I vent? Can I vent before I go? I just want to say this, and I want it clipped. I want this clipped right now. I want this to be the moment that I broke chill niece officially one time. I'm gonna vent this, okay? Do you know how fucking stupid the average League player is? Like, do you guys understand the average League player's stupidity, okay? This game is a perfect example. First of all, yeah, obviously, I've hit Challenger before. Yes, obviously, I even hit Masters this season. I'm playing champs I main, and styles that I refine, and I practice on, and I do multiple games on, and I come up with the ins and outs. Now, I'm not a Misfortune main, right? I'm not a Misfortune main. But as you can see, judging by the outcome of this game, and just watching the gameplay, you can clearly see, in this game, there's a huge gap from the teammates versus the other team, right? You can see it. You can very clearly see it. Now, again, there is no universe where I'm losing these games with champions I main. However, okay? However, there is a point where someone like me goes, wow, I'm trying my ass off at this playstyle, and these guys are so bad that the game is just an auto loss, right? That's a big difference. That's the first thing that I want to vent about, because it doesn't really matter about the smurfing thing or whatever. It doesn't really matter. The point is that from a strategy standpoint, these guys should not just be falling so flat on their face that the game just explodes or implodes on itself. It's not like the Misfortune mid is such a liability to these guys. It's just they're really bad, like really, really bad. The next thing I'm going to say is it pisses me off that when doing chill niece and running into hard games, all I have is a bunch of comments and dumb shit that I read. Oh, it's just like my games. Oh, you were smurfing though. You should automatically win. Oh, I do automatically win when I play my mains. You guys, these aren't your games. It doesn't matter. There's a difference between identifying a game or a situation that is stupid. This is an account that decayed. This was a Master's account. I've done countless climbs with main champions and passed these elos. The point is that a lot of you guys seem to think that this is equal to what you're dealing with. You're not. My account here, even on chill niece, even losing all these games recently, is 86 over 48. This means Riot is trying to make me lose. Do you see? They are trying to make me lose by plugging in people with lower win rates, more likely of throwing, playing less, longer breaks in between, whatever it is, more likely to DC. I have no idea, but this game was a pretty good example of that. That's why it's frustrating, because I'm not coming in here with the intent of just dumpstering everybody. I just want to play a fair game. A fair, reasonable game where we can get a reasonable, accurate read on what's happening. That's all I want. That's where the frustration comes. I don't mind losing. I don't even care about losing necessarily. I care when the losses are just so out of control that the game isn't even fair, because Riot has decided that I'm going to get 4 hard losing teammates at once. You literally see it time and time again in these videos. Again, look at the top. These aren't your games. You're not running around with these win rates with random champs and roles. You do not relate to that. That's not the point of chill niece. If you're watching these and thinking, oh, it's just like my games, you're literally part of the problem. If you watch these and think it's like a video where we just rig the games and get and stomp with the mains, that's not the point of the channel. I just want fair games. That's all I'm saying. When I'm bitching about teammates, do you think I'm just unfair? Even this game, I said the same thing, even in the match. I looked at this Volibear and I'm like, I know for a fact that he was put in this game to lose it. Do you understand? It's so frustrating as a content creator to see people that are just too dumb to see it. It's so painful. Like, you want nothing more for them to not be so low IQ, that they understand. It's not... I'm not saying that there's games like these that don't just organically happen sometimes, but you can see it recently in these chill niece games time and time again. It's like, if you're just not super refined and optimized, the game might as well just be over because of this win rate up here. It might as well just be auto over. And I think the reason I'm venting to you guys is because it's frustrating seeing people try to relate where there is no relation, I guess, or try to downplay how far we've come with this climb. This is not easy task. No streamers do this. And this type of community shaming and flaming that goes with doing this is a big reason why so many your favorite content creators are so afraid to step out of their comfort zone. So many content creators are so afraid to step out of their comfort zone and learn new picks and try new strategies, because not only are they dealing with their community being dumbasses and crying about how, oh, you should just win every game no matter what, but also you're getting these matches where you don't even get a real ranked experience anymore. It's not even a real game. Why plug my time? Like, why waste my time with these auto losses where it's like 30 minutes of just an auto loss where you're just watching a Shyvana with full tank items not go in the entire game? It's just crazy. So that's what I want to say about it, because it is very frustrating doing this series and constantly getting so many vocal idiots and not enough vocal people being like, no, dude, you're a fucking moron. I guess as a content creator, that's what annoys me, is that I'll have a game like that where I'm bitching or whatever, and it's hard enough trying to stay calm when you just see your time being, you can see it. And you just have people in chat just like, oh, guess he's losing his chill. It's like, well, yeah, no shit. No shit. I'm thrown into a game where everybody's just inting at Mach 10, and I'm running around trying to ping people. They're ignoring my pings and typing about how like they know strategy when they're just like holding their abilities and dying and shit. So yeah, too many dumbasses. And in the future, I just want to make it clear in this chat, if you're a dumbass who says some stupid shit when the game is so like it's so tilt-inducing already. If you think that you're gonna come to my chat and needle me during the chill me stuff, if I read it, I don't care how many years you've been sub, you're an asshole. Like, it's so rude. It's so annoying. I put my heart out into these contents every single time. Every game. Even games like that, I put my heart into it trying to win these games. So if you think you're gonna like heckle me in a game that's hard when I'm trying to put good videos out and trying to come up with new ideas and putting myself out there, I'm gonna ban you every time from now on. And if you're too dumb, I don't even know where that one guy is that always says dumb shit. He's very lucky I can't even see. Oh, I found him. You're banned too. I don't even want to read any of your dumb shit anymore. It's for mental health. Like, I can't. If you're too dumb to be trusted, I just can't anymore, dude. Seriously. This is what I'm saying. It's so hard to put yourself out there. Because you get games like these, and then you get your community just fucking needling you for putting yourself out there instead of being like, man, at least, you know, as a good try, like, just, I mean, any positivity, really. Just dumb as hell. Anyways, I'm gonna go and get ready for coaching. Yeah, just think about that the next time you needle a streamer for trying something new. Just think about that for a minute. Their whole life is built around this game. And they're trying to learn stuff. And they're getting this matchmaking algorithm designed to siphon your time away and make your content worse. Think about that next time you want to needle them. This channel and how I'm feeling, and maybe just do kind of a wellness check here, and just kind of vent a bit, maybe. Now that I've taken a break and I went on a little vacation, I set up my vacation so that I had a bunch of games to get through, and I spammed out a ton of Chill Knees games, and a lot of those games went kind of bad. I don't really know off the top of my head how controllable a lot of these outcomes are. I'm not entirely convinced that many of them are controllable, like in the sense that, you know, the majority of those games are winnable because it's hard to I don't believe that every champion has the same level of agency, even if they're mastered. But I think it's safe to say that in the past, I don't know, in the past 10, 15 games, it was probably pretty rough. I think, you know, like Lucian, obviously a pretty big blind spot in my game. Really, pretty big blind spot. Lux, not so much, but that could just be RNG. I'm not related. 100 games to Diamond Yi, so it's really not that bad. So it looks like a combination of champs that I suck at and champs just having some bad luck, and probably a lot of Smurf Cube. So why am I here? Well, one of the things I wanted to do was just kind of look through where we've come. I think we're about halfway, and I thought it was fitting because I had such a bad run and was so tilted that I just go back through and assess, you know, what the goal with the channel is, and maybe get some feedback. As you can see, list of champions. We are on Master Yi. Master Yi somewhere in the middle here. We still got a little ways to go before we get to the bottom of all the champions, and I think we'll probably wind up somewhere. When all is said and done, we'll probably be near Platinum. This account overall is a 64% win rate in gold with random champions and random builds, which I would say ultimately is a pretty good success, especially considering that you're not really supposed to be doing that. There's even champions in here like Belveth, who's released. I had no idea how to play her. There's, you know, there's bad runs and stuff, like I said, blind spots, supports, Karma top. There's all sorts of instances in this climb so far where Chill Knees has served the purpose, which for those who don't know what the overall purpose of Chill Knees was to challenge myself and win. Which, to be honest, I'm not really sure if this is a challenge anymore as much as it is a torture, because a lot of the time, like, if you couple some of these champions with some of these playstyles, a lot of the time it can feel like you're just asking to lose, which is whatever. The other side of the coin is I'm trying to be a better coach, so playing all these different champions and trying to make different styles work is a good way to kind of remind yourself, like, okay, this is what a coaching client might have to be dealing with, or what, you know, a pain point that they might have to get over, or at least understanding what the limitations of a champion might look like, or where they fall flat in certain scenarios, blah, 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 you know the joke. But I guess now that I'm talking it out with you guys, I guess the source of my frustrations, some of it has been chat related, which going forward, my plan, I'm gonna just have to start muting all in chat from here on out. I think it's kind of pointless, and it's ultimately just served to tilt me even further. Let's face it, no matter who you are, and no matter what you've done with the game, people will just flame you regardless, so there's really just no point. And it's either distracting me from content, I read it, it's in my head. Even my own chat sometimes can be negative, like on stream. Read it, it's in my head. So probably not just going to be not only muting chat in game, but also probably not even really reading chat during the Chill Knees recordings. I think that will help keep them more lively. The other thing is I think I'm just being too results focused. I saw a lot of people really, I don't know what they think, because one of the main things about League is champion mastery for sure. So, you know, any of these champions, or at least some of the harder carry champions, you take any of them and you practice them for a while. Even some of these champions like Karma, who I struggled with, I'm a firm believer that even if you practice something that isn't necessarily great for you in the short term, long term will always even out. I think that I'm just getting too distracted with people's opinion of this experiment. I don't think people realize that, like, in the process of learning, you're destined to have rough games and rough sessions, no matter what elo you are. There's not a single player right now in the world who is playing. Well, I shouldn't say there's not a single one. There's a couple that come to mind that can play just about everything at a pretty high level, but that's pretty far and few in between. And even those people don't stream or commentate their games for a reason. So I think I have to remind myself that, you know, with this challenge, I think it's overall a success. I think that there's a lot of YouTube channels out there that have done content that is clickbait or you know, goofy gimmicky builds, but they cheated by rigging games or basically just playing like ultra low elo on purpose at all times. Whereas this has been a legitimate run through ranked solo without cheating, without rigging games at all, and trying different things every single time, and even posting the losses, which like no YouTubers do. So while I haven't lived up to the chillness, and that's something that I'm going to try to fix, but the other thing is I think I'm pretty proud of this, and I just want to say, like, I think it's a shame. Even on reflection, I think it's a shame that these types of experiments aren't more celebrated. It's the reason that you'll see a lot of content creators, they haven't reinvented themselves very much. Like, they kind of get stuck in like, I'm a one-trick pony, you know, whatever champ. It's because I think you guys are seeing it. When you post your losses and you post yourself getting frustrated and getting down and getting beat up a little bit, I think people want to point at you and go, haha, I told you you couldn't do it, instead of realizing that, like, you are doing it. You know what I mean? I think going forward, I'm going to try really, really hard to keep that in mind, because I'm really happy with where this channel's at. Like, really, really happy. This channel has grown. It's just kind of an offshoot. It's grown to 35,000 subscribers. I don't really know what I'm going to do next with it once we finish this climb. But I do think this type of climb is very RNG dependent. I think the muscle memory that I have on these champions is never going to be there, because there's just too much stuff to juggle, too many different roles, playstyles, and variants, with like not only just matchmaking trying to make me lose sometimes because we win a lot, or just being bad, or just, you know, whatever. So I'm going to keep plugging away at it. I'm going to try to go forward a little bit more calmer, and I'm going to try to emphasize the journey a bit more and stop getting distracted by what people say and think about the climb, because I think up until this point I've been still kind of distracted by it, because I want to change people's minds about the game, and I want to make people not be so close-minded, but I'm starting to see now that that's not really worth my energy. You know, I spent some of my free time when I made the discount decade, but when I made masters with this win rate for champions I know, no one said anything. Right? But when I do chillies and I try champions that I don't know with beefy builds, people are very vocal, like, aha. And it's almost like they're missing the point anyway. It's like an OP.GG like this didn't mean anything, but the OP.GG with the new champs and the crazy builds means that I'm bad. And I think that's just wearing on my psyche a bit. It's like, do people expect me to never learn? Right? Because even with a wide versatile pool like this, with real builds and with a real emphasis on winning, I just don't say something like this, where you're putting yourself out there, you'll attack. You see what I'm saying with this? So, anyways, as a reminder, I just wanted to say, I just want to take time out of my day and say thanks for supporting this content, because as a content creator, it's incredibly, incredibly disheartening and frustrating to try really, really hard to win with different playstyles and strategies, have games where you know you're being like just straight up trolled, like has been happening recently, to get flamed in game, to get flamed out of game, and to get flamed, on community comments across the Legosphere, when you're the only, at least when I feel like I'm one of the only people putting myself out there in this space in this way. Because I could have, like I said, went only Iron Bronze games with builds that I know succeed, and not opened it up to whatever I'd run into, and not post the tough games, and not post the frustrating losses. Anyways, I just wanted to check in. I just got back from vacation. I took like 10 days off. That's where a lot of these games came from. I'm going to come back with a new mindset. I'm going to be muting everybody all the time. I'm going to stay away from reading as much in games, and I'm going to stay away from reading as much of the comments. No offense. I really want this type of channel to exist. I think it's important for people that are trying to learn climb to see like how difficult this game is, and also how important it is to play champions, you know, find strategies that work and really lean on them and master them. And also when things get hard, like the solution stuff, for example, to not give up and to try it a few times until maybe you get it right. And I would like to try to recover the chillness and stay here. But anyway, if you've enjoyed the content so far, you know, you can always support it, like it, share it, comment. I'll definitely do my best to try to tell this other show over and from the right headspace. But again, thank you so much. Tell me what you guys think. Am I making sense here? Did I sound crazy? Did I sound out of my mind? I just feel very, very alone in this content, this type of content where it's like no one's posting this type of stuff. No one's posting their struggles. They're only posting their successes always, every single time. And I think overall though, this was still a success and it still feels like a fail. And it shouldn't. You know what I mean? That's all I got for now. Let me know what you guys think. I gotta go. When you see me next time, I'm gonna work on staying chill. See ya.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Any man who's had an easy life is going to fall and collapse in the face of adversity. And the whole point of being a man, the whole point of masculinity is the ability to resist. That is the whole point. So, yeah, you're right. That's not a sad story. That's a very, very happy story for us. We laugh about
Proud
it
of myself.
permanently. So, as for why our father, the chess master, our mother,
Dad. Oh, we weren't really poor because Dad was a chess master.
listen, our dad was a fucking G.
But chess pays zero. Now we have a list of the top 10 richest chess players in the world right now.
Let me, top 10 richest chess players.
Can you get that up?
Yeah, top 10 richest chess players. So we have one, Hikaru Nakamura. He's like number 2 in the world, I think, 50 mil. Fabiano Caruana, he played Carlsen last year in the World Champions, 13 mil. Carlsen, they said he has 8 mil. Kasparov, 5 mil. Judith Polgar, of course, they had to throw her in.
Yep. Hungarian Grandmaster.
Timur Radibov, whatever, 5 mil. Point is, and then it goes down to number 10 in the world has 2 million.
So these are the top 10 richest players of all time, and the 10th richest player of all time has 2 million American dollars. Now, this house that we're in is bought and paid for. This costs 3 million. We have a car that costs 5 million. If we were chess players with our net worth, we'd be the richest chess players in the world right now. Our dad was the fucking man, and he taught us everything I needed to know about being a man, but he never had any fucking money. He wasn't even in the top 100 players. He never crossed into the top 100. Back in 1998, 1999, that was his heyday. He lived in a car for a lot of his life. There is no money in chess. There's very little glory in chess, which is sad because everyone loves fucking football and soccer and all these sports I don't respect. In chess, you have to be an intellectual titan to even come close to mastering that game. And Dad was the man, but he never had a fucking penny. And you know what? This is one of the accusations that if you say it to my face, I'll straight knock you out. Because what you're doing is you're talking about my father's life. There's a book called Triple Exclam written by Dr. Daim Shabazz. Look it up. It is a book, biography about the life of my father that was written just after he died. If you have any doubts about my upbringing, my dad's financial situation, you think I'm a trust fund kid, pick up that book because a lot of it is about his financial struggles and he never had a fucking penny. And if you say something about my father or his life or my life as a child that you don't know to my face, you're going to be served a knuckle sandwich. Don't talk shit about the dead.
It's
Fuck
on
that.
site. Yeah,
It's on site. Don't talk ill of the dead. Now you can say anything you want about my father if it's true. Saying he's a millionaire is to discredit the achievements of his sons, and if he were alive, he'd kick your ass, so I have to do it for him.
correct. We have to, for the bloodline, we got to whoop your ass because that's what he'd do. Dad, our mother and father got divorced. Dad stayed in America to play chess. We moved to Luton, England, lived in a council house, government housing.
Homeless shelter first for 2 years.
Homeless shelter along with all the Kosovans at the time. There was a Kosovan crisis. We were with the Kosovans. Then we moved into a council house. Mother was on the dole. She ended up getting a job as a dinner lady one time. That was it. We were raised on $300 a month. Our father was a professional chess player, driving from chess tournament to chess tournament in a Pontiac Sunbird. Sometimes he won, sometimes he lost. A lot of the time he slept in the car. Had a couple thousand here maybe, but then he had to play chess with it for the next 3 or 4 months, driving across America from California to New York in a busted up Pontiac Sunbird, playing chess and winning games. I've been with my dad when he would go to the park with no food, no money for food, and go to the park and have to hustle the chess park players for fucking $50.
And he'd do it.
And he'd do it because he was a G. And he was not afraid of shit. And I put lots of stories on my channel, Tate Speaks, about him and how the time he got jumped in Detroit and the way he spoke and how hard he was and how he was a genius and hard to kill, etc. Very much like myself.
But he never had
never had any fucking money. No money. Because he wasn't interested in money. He wanted to play chess. As long as he had gas and food, that's all he cared about. He was a nomadic warrior, Spartan, old school. So the idea that we come from money, absolute and utter fallacy.
It's offensive. Okay.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. has been slain. turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. spree. Killing spree. An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down. is unstoppable. Killing spree. Enemy rampage. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
that leads perfectly into the next question. We weren't really poor because, get this, and this is going to be, I know a lot of you are going to know this is ridiculous. We didn't really grow up poor because our dad was a chess master. Andrew, do you want to talk about this a little bit, please? We didn't really grow up poor. In fact, let me tell you guys a true story. I was 21 years of age. This is not long ago. 21 years of age. Yesterday was my birthday. And me and Andrew, what did we eat on my birthday?
KFC.
Why did we eat KFC? Because when I was 21, me and Andrew used to have no food. I used to drive my broken Volkswagen Golf to the KFC restaurant in Dunstable, United Kingdom. And I used to sit in my car. And you couldn't ever eat anyone's leftover food if they ever had their mouth on it. But at KFC, they used to buy buckets. And I would sit and wait for people to sit outside, eat their meal, and leave the bucket on the table. And I used to go and take that bucket, 3 or 4 pieces of chicken. And I used to collect 20, 30, 40 pieces of chicken that were perfectly fine, left in the buckets. And I used to go home and I used to freeze that chicken. And me and Andrew would break it up, put it in our rice, and that was our meal. That's what sustained us for that hard year, that year we had when I was 21 and you were 22. That's how broke we were. I used to scavenge chicken from KFC because I thought, fuck it, I'm not dying and I'm not losing my kickboxing fights because I don't have enough protein. What am I going to do to make it through the day? That's how broke I was. And that's a sad story if you never make it out. To me, that's a happy story. That's a story of triumph. Now it's like, hey, Andrew, it's my birthday. What we doing? KFC? And it's a big joke. We sit there eating our KFC, laughing about how we used to scavenge KFC chicken.
Minions have spawned. been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
Here we have a function for ordering food, and there's a bunch of prices for different products. I'm currently using floating points for these prices, but this potentially leads to issues. For example, if I run this code, you see that it actually prints something that doesn't look at all like a price. And if you continue computations with numbers like this, you might run into all kinds of issues with rounding and other errors that might occur. For that reason, it's a better idea to use either decimals or integers to represent the prices. So let's change these prices to use integers instead, like so. The unit that I'm used to represent this is cents, so this is $1,499 cents, and the burger is $999 cents. So if you run this code, prices still look wrong, but you can use formatting to clean that up. So we divide the price by 100 to get the dollar amount, and then we indicate that we want 2 decimal numbers. And we can do the same thing for the VAT. Like so. So if you run this code now one more time, you see you get nicely represented prices. Here we have a function for
Hi friends, my name is Tris, and this is No Boilerplate, focusing on fast, technical videos. When I build an application... Hi friends, my name is Tris, and this is No Boilerplate, focusing on fast, technical videos. When I build an application in Rust, I feel more confident that it will work now and for all time than in any other language. There's not just one reason why I feel like this. Many parts of the language come together to make this feeling concrete. Some of these features are just good practice in other languages, but Rust makes them mandatory. Many of these features appear to be unique to Rust among popular languages. Today, I'm going to talk about my observations of how in other languages, it's easy to start projects, but in Rust, it's easy to finish them. When I choose programming languages, frameworks, and ecosystems, I'm looking for one thing these days. I want to be able to finish projects. I want to write a working app quickly enough, correctly enough, and all while responding to the inevitability of change. After I have deployed, I want to know for sure that it does what I want, won't crash under any reasonable circumstances, and is perennial. I, or whoever maintains the project, can come back and change some text in 4 years, and it'll build fine. We all share this goal of aiming to finish projects. It's why we started building them to begin with. You'll perhaps have heard this. These are the 3 core pillars of Rust, and they all let me finish projects. Let's talk about the first pillar. Rust is the fastest high-level language on the planet. Look at the source code of this video for my source on that. And due to Rust's zero-cost abstraction principles, modules, generics, iterators, etc. do not cause additional runtime overhead. This means as your application expands, it does not inevitably slow down. This speed is life-changing, or at least paradigm-changing. Compared to a Python app, you require about 72 times less compute resource. You very realistically might not need a complex scaling plan if you write your application in Rust. It's like you've already scaled up 72 times. Multi-region is still probably a good idea for when AWS has what they call an unplanned thermal event. Code you write in Rust is reliable from the start due to the way the language is designed. All the things I've talked about in previous videos come together here. The unsafe system, macros, the rich type system, the cargo build system, and the community focused on correctness. When you program in Rust, more than any other popular language, you can be sure that what you have built works. All the bullshit that we're conditioned to accept from other popular languages mostly just doesn't happen. As an illustration, here is a selection of top Rust crates. Half of these are in the top 10 downloads on crates.io. They have been used millions and millions of times. But look at their last updated dates. They're not abandoned. They're done. This trend in Rust is caused, I believe, by 2 main forces: backwards compatibility and correctness. In previous videos, I said there will be no Rust 2.0 due to the macro system. Now, I talked with a Rust maintainer, and they say this actually misses the point. Code written today will be compilable in 5, 10, 40 years because of the Rust team's commitment to perfect backwards compatibility. Code you write today will always compile in all future versions of Rust. The side effect of this is that code you build today benefits from all future optimizations that the Rust toolchain will receive. With no modification by you, your build times and deployed code will get faster. The second big reason Rust code doesn't need modification after it's published is the same reason the learning curve is steeper than for other popular languages. The Rust compiler enforces many things that are just good practice in other languages. A few simple examples of these are no unused variables that you might have forgotten to use, exhaustive pattern matching. In the same vein, Rust will tell you when you've forgotten to handle a match statement exhaustively. This is actually a compiler error, not just a warning. In this example, it's easy to keep all branches in your mind with just 2 values for a boolean. But when you have modeled the entire valid state of your system with lightweight structs, using match will guarantee at compile time that you and everyone who contributes to your code has not forgotten anything. Correct concurrency. Once you have sent a variable to another thread or channel, it's gone. It is a compiler error to even read it. We call this compiler-checked behavior, fearless concurrency. You can either quickly tell the compiler that you know the result might be a failure and use unwrap just to get something working now, optionally enriching the crash with an error message you'd expect, or you can handle the error comprehensively. When writing Rust, unwrap is for prototyping code, so we don't have the annoyance of heavyweight error handling where we just want to get going. This is why most code examples you will see use unwrap. They're not trying to teach you error handling, they're just showing you how to open a file. In other languages, these kinds of runtime pitfalls are hidden, at best by an exception system that you have to catch, or worse, with no visible indication that the code may crash at all. Rust makes it clear, if you want to write perfect code, find alternatives to those unwraps. Rust doesn't just give you the tools to write code that doesn't break at runtime, it gives you an escape hatch to write quick code that is clearly signposted as unreliable to anyone auditing the code. This kind of balance of safety and pragmatism leads me to the final pillar of Rust, productivity. This third pillar is where the magic lies, I think. Fast code is fast code, reliable code just works, but productivity is nuanced. Rust respects your time so much. Many popular languages have great productivity. I keep saying popular languages, let me take a quick detour to address popularity first. Here are the latest RedMonk popularity rankings according to GitHub projects and Stack Overflow tags. The Space have cut off the top 10. Don't worry, you're not missing anything. It's just the usual suspects, like languages with Java in the name. No matter how theoretically good a language is, if I can't hire a team, can't buy books, can't train myself and others, it's a non-starter. Languages such as Haskell, Elixir, Common Lisp, Julia and others are very exciting and have lots of really great features that I'm excited to learn, but they don't help me with my goal of finishing projects for this reason. Rust slipped into RedMonk's top 20 language rankings in mid-2020, right around the time I started learning Rust. The timing is not a coincidence. Let's get back to productivity. Many popular languages are great for fast prototyping, and Rust is no exception, though you may be surprised to learn this. Fast prototyping is about getting fast or instant feedback. You can do this in a number of ways. I will talk about 3. Firstly, you can do this in a language with a REPL or a shell. You can do REPL-driven development by loading data and functions into the runtime and modifying them iteratively based on feedback from multiple experimental executions. If this is a new technique for you, talk to your local data scientist to learn more. Once you have a good idea of what you need, you persist your working code into your source files. The ultimate expression of this is languages where you can save the state of the runtime. Lisps often can do this, for example. Secondly, you can do it in browser, with languages and frameworks that reload source files every page load, or rebuild files when they detect changes. Think React, Ruby on Rails, Django Express, things like that. Make a change, hit F5. Some, like this Clojure framework, even hot load the code into the browser without a reload. Quite a trick. But there's a third way to get feedback. Compiler experimentation. Rust's rich algebraic type system has lifetime annotations. This was designed so that memory can be cleaned up when a variable falls out of scope, but it also gives you superpowers. Superpowers I will have to explain in detail in a dedicated video. The short version is that if your type system has lifetime annotations, you can describe not just what your data is, but where. Let's see an example of compiler feedback. Remember this Boolean match error from earlier? This is an example of the conversation you can have with the compiler as you work. You try something, and it might need tweaking to be safe or complete, but the compiler very often tells you exactly what to do to fix it. It feels a lot like test-driven development, red, green, refactor, but the tests have already been partially written for you. In previous videos, I likened it to a driving instructor, gently guiding you how to navigate the dangerous highway. It's not just possible to write perfect safe code with Rust. It's actually easy. Let me finish with a real-life analogy of what it feels like to me to deploy Rust. This is the Royal Albert Bridge, the final rail link between London and Penzance, opened in 1859. It's so old that it predates cars. It was designed by the original hipster, Isambard Kingdom Brunel, planned carefully, built to specification, and now it is solid infrastructure and is gently, safely rusting. It brought my father to London in the 60s, and just a few weekends ago, I used it to make another return journey to visit him. There's an ugly 70s concrete road bridge next to it these days, but I know which one will probably still be standing in another 161 years. With Rust, when your code compiles, check it in, you're done, and can finally finish your projects and go outside and play. If you'd like to see what you can write in Rust, click the top video. I used it to make a fun retro computer visualization for my sci-fi and mental health podcast, Lost Terminal. And if you'd like to watch more of my fast technical videos, click the bottom video. Transcripts and markdown source code are available on GitHub, links in the description, and corrections are in the pinned comment. Thank you so much for watching. See you next time.
So this is the story about how I quit Netflix. About 3 years into working at Netflix, I was kind of excelling. I took on some projects that a lot of people kind of said no to. It turns out that we had Groovy on the back end. Yes.
Groovy, baby.
Was on the back end. It's a terrible JVM language. It absolutely is dog water, but I just happened to take a little bit of time, look up a few things out, a few ways to do stuff in Groovy. And of course, I just excelled beyond everybody else because everybody else was just like, I just want to get the stuff done. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to be a part of it. So I got good enough that I could actually build a bunch of different backends. So I got selected to kind of do this kind of large improvement that would make it so that we could have extra metadata about every single video in the television catalog. And of course, from there, they put me onto an open source project that was related. It was called Falcor. No, not the Luck Dragon, okay? Though named after the Luck Dragon, not a Luck Dragon. Effectively, what Falcor was, is you can kind of think of it like a GraphQL. You provide an array of kind of strings or numbers, and it would go off onto the back end and grab all that data. Like a super simplified squeal-like language. Yes, I just said squeal. Hey, I'd also be squealing if you hit that sub button. Thanks, baby. Anywho, so this was like my dream job. I got to go to conferences. I got to speak both in the UK. I got to speak multiple times in Amsterdam. Got to do a bunch of different places throughout the United States. It was awesome. Open source circuit, the dream life, right? It was fantastic. Actually, it wasn't that fantastic. Now, I think in today's day and age, that really is the dream life. That is what a lot of people kind of aspire to be, working full-time while getting paid while working on open source. But let me tell you, I really had a hard time, and this is the reason why. We are a small team, about 4 of us devs all working on a couple different products for the UI kind of team. We were called the UI platform at the time. And during this, one of the roles was kind of like a non-coding architect, really deciding how things should work. And of course, this role kind of appears from various companies, and people really have strong feelings about these kind of roles. Me personally, I greatly dislike non-coding architects. Reason why is I feel like they get so abstracted from reality that they start building things that, though they look great on a whiteboard, we're talking lab coats, clipboards, those little goggles to protect your eyes, things are looking great, but when you actually implement it, it's nothing but a dumpster fire of logical inconsistencies and all those other things. I just can't stand it. So of course this was going on, and for about a year, I was programming like 60 hours a week. I was putting in so much effort, and it was just starting to feel more and more soul-crushing. And I can still remember, it must have been December 28th, 29th, 27th, shortly after Christmas, walking into my backyard at like 7 at night, having a long conversation I did not want to have, discussing some of the internal details about Falcor. Oh, we want to make this pivot. Oh, this is actually going to be the greatest, most ergonomic, most developer experience games in the universe. And I remember that was kind of like the moment I snapped, right? Like, I could not handle this project anymore. I became pretty dang infuriated with it. But at the same time, something else happened. I had another coworker who was working beside me, also feeling a lot of the same weight, and he really kind of reached out and kind of started pouring out his heart in, the best way that he could. And of course, I was much younger and much dumber at that point, and I didn't catch it at all, right? In a sense that I was just like, yeah, I'm kind of upset too. But that's about it, right? I didn't hear him. And I really look back at that as one of my bigger failures in that moment, and really of my lifetime in the professional sense. Having someone come to you and tell you these things and not really try to be there for them, try to help lift them up, or even approach your boss, with their permission, of course, and really try to create a better team conversation. I really wish I would have taken the control of the situation that I would do today. If it was today, I would have been much more forward, much more open about everything long before I got to the point. But ultimately, what ended up happening was that I became so sick and so kind of toxified from my job that I started looking elsewhere. And ultimately, I did find a different job at Coursera. Yeah, Coursera, online education. I had a good friend there, Tom Willower, who was the, I forget, chief product officer, something like that, vice president of products. I can't remember what his role was, but he got me to interview. I got accepted. I was actually going to make the jump, and I sat down with my boss and said, hey, I'm not going to work at Netflix anymore. And ultimately, it was all because of those previous interactions. And I think there's a lot of things that I did that I failed there. I really do wish I would have taken more time and understood how I felt and kind of really, judged myself in a more sober tone. And ultimately, I really wish I would have been there more for my coworker. I really wish I could have turned around the team and helped, because in the end, a couple people, within this area, actually a few people within the area got fired, which is sad. I was about to change jobs until, of course, Papa Jay Wagner came over and called me back in, made a nice offer. No monetary, by the way, no monetary change. Just made an offer for me to come work with him on his team, and ultimately I did, and it was fantastic. I took down production a few times, and it was a lot of fun. But in the end, I quit Netflix. And it's because I didn't have the communication and the talks that I should have had. I wasn't understanding myself as well as I should have. And so if you find yourself in those situations, you got to speak up. You've got to approach your boss. And if your boss and your coworkers aren't good enough to listen, like I wasn't good enough to listen, right? I failed my coworker, but ultimately my boss should have also been there listening and making the situation better, which didn't happen. And it led to a lot of, probably a lot of heartache. If you work at a company that doesn't support you in that kind of sense, that doesn't understand that things are kind of going wrong, that it's only causing more and more tension, you probably need to start thinking about, A, how can you improve the situation, or B, is it time to leave the situation? And I just chose B without considering A. Big mistake. Make sure you consider A, because often, bosses are motivated to make you, happy. They're there to make a team successful. And so there's a lot of change that you can enact by simply speaking up and being confident and pushing forward what you think is best. So that's the time that I quit Netflix. But hey, I still work at Netflix. I still really enjoy it. That was about 5 years ago. And look at me now. I work on dumb things and write C++ from time to time. Thank you for watching. Hey, subscribe to the channel already. Give this video a like. Maybe make a little comment. Have you ever had a situation in which you affected change, wish you would have looking back? Or have you ever been on the other side of it? The firing side, the side in which you wish some other coworker would have stepped up like I should have done for mine. My name's The Prem. Thank you.
Fiddlesticks is finally receiving some buffs, so congrats to all of the Fiddle mains out there. I'll get into all of the changes in just a second, but first I gotta say, if this isn't the biggest evidence that Riot buffs champions that are getting skins, then I don't know what is. Anyway, this is everything that's getting changed. His Q is getting a small increase to the duration, but the bigger change is his ultimate damage. The damage per second on his ult is getting a buff to the flat and the scaling amount. This may seem small, but when you take into account how Fiddle was already a strong champion with a high damage ult, he's definitely going to be worth keeping an eye on now. And just to add to that, his win rate was already sitting at 53%, so he's not a weak pick by any means. Let me know what you guys think of the changes though, and if you enjoy staying up to date with League content, make sure to subscribe and I'll see you in the next video.
supposed to be a fund of $100 billion?
Yes.
Now that would be the biggest fund ever raised. So when you told people you were going to raise a $100 billion fund, did they tell you you were a little crazy?
Well, some people said.
Masa Son was once the richest man in the world for 3 whole days. And then he lost about $70 billion almost overnight, the biggest personal loss in history. He once managed to secure $45 billion worth of funding after a 45-minute meeting.
$1 billion per minute.
He's also responsible for the single greatest investment ever made. But on the other hand, many feel he's simply a crazy gambler who treats the economy like a casino, and that he's causing catastrophic damage. This is a man who once threatened to set himself on fire if he didn't get a business deal. A man who's invested billions of dollars in entrepreneurs purely based on the sparkle in their eyes. And yet, I love him. You see, I've recently been making videos telling the stories of totally different businesses, like Uber, Yahoo, TikTok, and yet Masa Son always seems to be connected. I feel like I'm in that movie where Jim Carrey starts seeing the number 23 everywhere. But for me, all roads lead to Masa Son. The majority of the world know extremely little about this man, but they should. He is quite literally changing the world and betting on our future. And his story is one of the most fascinating I've ever heard. It's inspiring, it's terrifying, and most of all, it's absolutely insane.
Is he the world's most astute tech investor, or is he the luckiest guy on the planet?
Masa Son's grandparents emigrated to Japan from South Korea by hiding on a small fishing boat. They had no food, nowhere to stay, and couldn't speak the language. Masa's start in life was similarly bleak. He was considered an outsider in Japanese society because of his heritage, and his childhood classmates threw rocks at him. His father barely made enough to get by, and did any odd jobs he could to make money, from raising pigs to selling illegal liquor. From an early age, Masa was adamant he wanted to build a better life for himself. The bullying he received as a kid only made him more determined. And by middle school, Masa decided on his life plan. He wanted to become Japan's most successful businessman. He idolized a man named Den Fujita, who had brought McDonald's to Japan. Masa spent hours as a teenager calling Den's office asking to speak to him, but the receptionist always told him he was too busy.
They don't give me the right answer, so I said, okay, this is a waste of my telephone bill. So I flew into Tokyo, and I said, I can't, because the phone call becoming more expensive than air ticket.
Den was impressed with this kid's conviction, and that he'd flown to his office to see him. He agreed to a 15-minute meeting with Masa, who asked him for advice.
Yeah, I asked him, what business should I do? Computer, that's the one.
Den's other recommendation was simple. Masa should go to America. Masa immediately took this advice to heart, and at the age of just 16, he went to California to pursue his business dreams. He brushed up on his English, then went to an American high school. However, just a few days in, he realized this was taking too long, and convinced the school to let him take the college entrance exam early. Now, whilst Masa was very bright, he wasn't really ready for the exam, but somehow he just managed to scrape through. So less than a month after enrolling as an American high school student, Masa graduated, and went to study economics and computer science at the University of California. Of course, he also needed money, and he asked his friends if there were any jobs where he could make $10,000 a month, but only work 5 minutes a day. His friends obviously thought he'd lost the plot.
So I said, okay, what is the best, most efficient use of my time? It's invention. So I set alarm clock 5 minutes. Come, invention, come, right?
Masa spent 5 minutes every day coming up with new invention ideas, so he could patent them and sell them on. Of course, not all the ideas were great, but there were some gems in there, because Masa realized there were 3 approaches to coming up with ideas. The first was to search the solutions to problems he had in his life. For example, when his round pencil kept rolling off the table, he considered a square or hexagonal pencil instead. The second approach was looking at things from the opposite perspective, like taking something big and making it smaller, or taking something red and making it white. For example, he came up with a traffic light with different shapes, so colorblind people could tell which phase the light was on. And his final tactic for ideas was combining existing things, like merging a radio with a tape recorder to get a radio cassette player. By the end of the year, Masa had a book with 250 different invention ideas. Massa decided the best of them was a pocket-sized device that translated text into different languages. He then found a physics professor who agreed to help him build a prototype. Massa then started spending all his time pitching companies to buy his new device, and he paid another Asian student to take his places in the lectures that he was missing. Eventually, Massa found a company called Sharp, who agreed to buy the device patent for $1.7 million. So at the age of just 19, Massa was technically now a millionaire. Meanwhile, as a sort of side hustle, Massa had begun importing Space Invaders arcade machines from Japan over to the US, where he was setting them up in bars and restaurants. Since this was a new thing for the US, they were a big hit, and within just 6 months, Massa had imported over 350 arcade machines and made a profit of over $1 million. The beauty of this was that because he bought the machines on credit and imported them by plane, which was more expensive but much faster, he would often make his money back from the machines before he even had to pay the machine supplier. It was clear Massa had great entrepreneurial instincts. Of course, it also has to be acknowledged that Son simply worked incredibly hard. There's understandably a lot of talk about the negatives of hustle culture, but Son worked 7 days a week, sleeping as little as possible, because he enjoyed the process. And clearly it was paying off.
Right after I graduated, I went back to Japan because I promised to my mother that as soon as I finish my college, I will be back to Japan. So I kept my word.
Massa knew he wanted to use the money he'd made in America to help build an even bigger business in Japan. He began brainstorming new business ideas and mapped out 40 potential businesses he could start, then ranked them based on different metrics. The best scoring idea was a company that distributed computer software, and thus he created a new company called SoftBank. Now, at this point in the early 80s, personal computing was still in the very early phases, but Massa was extremely optimistic about the industry, especially after his old mentor had told him to focus on computers. Massa believed SoftBank would become the top distribution company in Japan, despite the fact he had absolutely no experience with software. He hired 2 employees to help him, and one morning he stood on a crate in the office and told them that SoftBank was going to become a billion-dollar company. But both employees soon began to think he was crazy, and they quit soon after. And at first, it looked like those employees might have been right. SoftBank struggled to take off. Massa tried to start some magazines to generate interest in computing, but they didn't take off well either. Pretty much everyone was telling him to stop, as he was going to blow all the money that he'd earned. But Massa ignored them and kept plowing more and more money into the business. And eventually, his persistence paid off. SoftBank then rode the wave of demand in personal computing in the early 90s. And then, disaster struck. Son began to feel increasingly ill and was diagnosed with chronic hepatitis and became bedridden in hospital. Massa was a workaholic and nervously asked how long the treatment would take. The doctor told him there was no guarantee they'd even be able to cure him at all. Massa had finally got his company up and running successfully, and now he was facing the fact he might not have long left to live. He had a daughter who was only a year old, and his wife was pregnant with another child. To complicate things further, Massa had taken out loans from the bank to help fund the company, and he knew they'd pull his funding if they found out about his illness. So Massa had to keep up the facade that everything was fine, and would sneak out of the hospital to turn up for company meetings. Thankfully, Massa recovered. But his health scare convinced him that he needed to act even bigger, faster, and crazier, since he couldn't take any time for granted. By the middle of the 90s, SoftBank had 800 employees and $1 billion in revenue, and Massa took the company public to raise even more money. Software distribution had been very successful, but it wasn't enough for Massa. He had such a clear vision of how technology was going to change the world. And so he started making investments in other tech companies and became known for making audacious business bets. For example, he threw millions of dollars into a new company called Yahoo at a valuation of $40 million. When the company had its IPO a few months later, it became valued at $808 million, meaning SoftBank had made a gigantic return in just a few months. Massa was building a war chest, but he never sat on that money. He'd always reinvest it right away into something new. By the end of the 90s, SoftBank was a giant conglomeration that was basically acting like a venture capital fund. SoftBank's main business was no longer selling anything, it was buying other tech businesses that Masa believed in. For example, in 1998, he poured $400 million into E-Trade after a single call of its founder. However, if you want to start investing in businesses yourself, then you'll want to know about our awesome video sponsor, Moomoo, a stock trading platform that's offering some incredible bonuses for new users. Right now, if you use the link in the description, you can get up to 5 free stocks worth up to $3,500 each. I repeat, free stocks. You have nothing to lose here, so it's a no-brainer to sign up. What I love about Moomoo is that not only is it a great platform to buy and sell stocks with 0 commission fees, they also provide you with research tools so you can make more informed decisions about what to actually invest in. And in case you're wondering, yes, you can trade shares of SoftBank. So, no matter whether you're just starting out with investing or you're an experienced investor looking for a great all-in-one platform, Moomoo is the perfect choice. I have genuinely not seen any platform offer such great bonuses, so make sure you use the link in the description now so you can get those free shares yourself when you deposit any amount. After you've done that, let's get back to the story. By the end of the 90s, Masa had invested $3 billion into 800 different tech startups, and SoftBank employees were struggling to even keep track of them all. Masa was meeting 200 entrepreneurs every 3 months to try and find the next big opportunity. Now, of course, not every investment was a success. Plenty of them failed, but Masa had come to an important realization. One big winner could mask all the other failures combined. He didn't need to be right with every investment, as long as he had a few big successes. And in the year 2000, that's exactly what happened, when Masa made what's considered the best venture capital investment of all time. Masa heard about a Chinese internet company called Alibaba, and absolutely loved what they were doing. The founder, Jack Ma, initially said they didn't need any investment right now, but Masa was persistent. Even though the company only had a few employees, Masa sensed the huge potential and said he saw a sparkle in Jack Ma's eyes that he could build something incredible.
He had no business plan, 0 revenue, but his eyes was very strong.
They agreed a deal for SoftBank to invest $20 million into the company, and that stake would later become worth over $70 billion. That same year, Masa raised the largest Japanese investment fund ever, which he began throwing into hundreds of internet companies, since he believed the internet was the next big phase of technology that would transform the world. The New York Times started calling Masa the Bill Gates of Japan. In fact, for 3 days in the middle of 2000, Masa passed Bill Gates as the richest man in the world. But then the dot-com bubble burst, the market crashed, and Masa lost $70 billion. More wealth than any single investor has ever lost in history. If you thought that was going to slow Masa down, think again. Masa spent the next decade taking yet more risks and betting big. In fact, he's sometimes been described as a Wall Street bets trader, but who actually has a lot of money to spend. In 2001, Masa managed to get into the Japanese broadband business after barging into the telecoms office of the Japanese government, shouting, "This is the end. If you don't help me, I'm gonna pour gasoline all over myself and set myself on fire." Masa then launched a broadband service in Japan at half the price of competitors. And even though this lost hundreds of millions of dollars, Masa believed in the future they'd be able to make a profit by offering add-on services, although he was very vague about when the business would actually be profitable. He reportedly had saleswomen in striped miniskirts handing out free modems on Tokyo street corners. Like with many of Masa's projects, the focus was simply rapid growth and gaining market share. Profits would come later, hopefully. Many people were skeptical, of course, but clearly Masa's blind belief in the internet was absolutely correct. However, by 2007, Masa had already identified what he believed would be the next big wave of the internet, the shift to mobiles instead of PCs. So, Masa had a call with another hero of his, Steve Jobs. Masa told Steve about an idea of his for a mobile phone that was more like a mini computer. But Steve told him Apple was already working on something like this, called the iPhone. Masa was excited and asked if he could get exclusive rights to sell it in Japan. Steve Jobs laughed and reportedly said, "Masa, you've got to be mad. We've not even publicly announced we're developing the iPhone yet. And you don't even own a mobile phone carrier in Japan, so how are you going to sell it?" But Masa simply said he'd buy a phone company. And sure enough, Masa soon took out yet more debt to buy Vodafone Japan for around $20 billion.
Masa, you're crazy, you know. We have not talked to anybody, but you came to see me as the first guy. I give to you.
So because of his persistence, Masa now had the rights to sell the iPhone in Japan. And this deal meant he was able to sell a huge amount of phone contracts, as everyone was excited to try out the new iPhone. And as always, Massa offered extremely low-cost deals in order to eat up market share. Meanwhile, Massa was still investing in a variety of other tech businesses, like a robotics company that creates robots with the ability to read human emotion. He frequently spoke about his 300-year vision and how in the future, SoftBank could be a telepathy company, or he even suggested maybe talking to dogs would be possible. But whilst Massa was buying companies at a pace most investors couldn't even dream of, he still wanted more. It wasn't enough for his ambition. In fact, he'd missed out on some deals he wanted because money had been tied up elsewhere. For example, he'd had a meeting with Jeff Bezos about investing in Amazon in the early days, but Massa hadn't been able to free up enough capital quickly enough, so he missed out on the deal. Desperate to not miss out on the next Amazon, Massa realized he needed a true war chest, so much money that he would never have a limitation again. And thus, he came up with an idea of the Vision Fund, a $100 billion venture capital fund, which was more than 4 times larger than any other fund in history.
So when you told people you were going to raise a $100 billion fund, did they tell you you were a little crazy?
Well, some people said.
Now, if you're thinking that raising $100 billion sounds a little tricky, normally you'd be right. But luckily for Massa, something interesting was happening in Saudi Arabia. The country was incredibly wealthy because of its oil, but as the world began to shift towards renewable energy, it became clear they needed to shift their economy away from being so reliant on oil. Enter Mohammed bin Salman, the next Saudi crown prince, eager to start investing his country's wealth into other areas. He wanted to funnel their oil money into big long-term investments for the future. And so, who better to turn to than Massa Son, whose entire reputation was for betting big on the future. They knew of Massa's track record and wanted his help to find the next big tech giants. So Massa flew out to meet the Saudi prince to see if he'd invest in his Vision Fund. On the flight over, Massa looked through the presentation his team had prepared and casually changed the amount they were asking for from 30 billion to 100 billion. We've got to aim high, Massa reminded his team.
In 1 hour, you convinced him to invest $45 billion.
45 minutes, 45 billion. $1 billion per minute.
That's right. In 45 minutes, Massa secured an initial investment of $45 billion from Saudi Arabia, which would be put into the Vision Fund. SoftBank also put in some money of their own, along with money from Abu Dhabi, and even some money from companies like Apple and Foxconn. Massa had succeeded in his goal of raising a staggeringly huge fund of $100 billion.
So we are investing $100 billion just on one thing, AI.
You see, the purpose of the fund is simple. Massa believes society is approaching the singularity, the point where artificial intelligence transcends human intelligence. Massa had been right about the previous waves, personal computing and software, then the internet, then mobiles, and now he believes the next big change will be AI. As always, when Massa commits to something, he goes all in. High risk, high return has always been his mentality. Massa himself has said he hopes to be remembered as a crazy guy who bet on the future. And whatever you may think of him, I think it's hard to argue with that. However, this wouldn't be a Magnates Media video without pointing out this story has a darker side. Firstly, Massa has been accused of creating extreme bubbles and inflating prices. He's distorted the true value of many companies, such as putting billions of dollars into companies like WeWork and a dog walking app called Wag, under the guise they were tech companies when they really weren't. Many would argue that Massa's approach of investing billions of dollars based on 15-minute meetings and gut instinct is just reckless. For example, he put $4 billion into WeWork after a meeting that took less than half an hour. And he didn't even look at the pitch deck. And even on some of the companies Massa has invested in, they've been left frustrated too, as sometimes his giant investments are like a kiss of death. He tells his companies to think 10 times bigger than they were planning, to act crazier. But because he gives them far more money than they actually need, this often causes companies to start spending wildly and pursue a growth at all cost strategy.
You go in the room and ask for $100 million, and he says, well, I was going to give you $500 million. So why do you only need 100? You don't have a good answer for the 500, you're not getting the money.
He's also been accused of using capital as a weapon, throwing endless cash at companies with the belief that the best funded startup can outspend all its competitors in winner-take-all markets.
You have so much money that anybody even thinking of competing with you just looks at the size of your checkbook and gets scared and doesn't even try.
But this means the companies he invests in don't actually focus on building a sustainable, profitable business. And some of those companies also complain that Massa would shower them with attention at first and then find a new toy and move on. There's even accusations that if companies try to turn down Massa's money, saying they don't need it, he'll threaten to invest in their rivals instead, in order to force companies to accept his investments. And in some cases, he invests in rivals anyway, like the fact he invested many billions into Didi, Uber, Grab, and other ride-sharing apps. And it's not just private companies where SoftBank has distorted the price. They were recently found to be the Nasdaq whale behind billions of dollars of call option trades on public tech companies. Basically, Masa has such huge amounts of money, he can literally move markets by plowing billions of dollars into call options. Now, hearing Masa's underdog story, coming from nothing, I found myself rooting for him, but it does seem that underneath that smiley exterior is a ruthless shark. Maybe it's because English isn't his native language, but the way he speaks is so simple and casual. He seems like a character rather than a man quite literally having drastic impact on multiple industries and economies. If someone like Bezos or Zuckerberg were saying the same things, maybe it would sound more sinister. Perhaps there's an argument that Masa's fun, bubbly personality somewhat masks the reality. But personally, I don't think Masa is doing this for just money or power. I believe he's genuinely passionate about technology and just extremely optimistic about the future, and he simply wants to accelerate the vision he has. And whilst it's true that a lot of his investments aren't profitable yet, Masa has always said he's playing the long game. Whilst it's entirely possible his fortune could get wiped out again from a series of bad bets, it's also entirely possible that he becomes the richest person in the world again, especially if his vision about AI comes true and he backs the companies at the forefront of the AI revolution. Because then he can create synergy between those companies where they work together. Either way, I think you have to give Masa some credit. After all, the literal definition of an entrepreneur involves taking on financial risk. And so, whilst I'm not suggesting we all bet everything we own on tech stocks, I think it's sometimes useful to ask ourselves, what would Masa Son do here? Just as a reminder to aim a little higher. Because another thing you have to respect is that from an early age, Masa created a 50-year life plan for himself. Start a company in his 20s, build wealth in his 30s, deploy that money in his 40s, tie up loose ends in his 50s, and hand things over to the next generation after he turns 60. And he's executed on that life plan extremely well so far. The real question now is if he's really going to step away from it all soon, like his life plan suggests. Masa seems to love the game, and no gambler ever wants to leave the casino. Truthfully, Masa has had that same gambling instinct since childhood. For example, when his father opened a coffee shop, Masa suggested he give out free drink vouchers, believing that his father would make the losses back later because he'd have attracted so many new customers. And Masa's ambitious, growth-minded philosophy still hasn't changed all these years later. It's just he now has an almost endless supply of money to execute on his ideas. For example, Masa's also investing in Neom, a futuristic city being built from scratch by using technology. There's talk the city will have flying cars, commercial space travel, robot butlers, and an artificial moon that rises each night. It will even host a genetic modification project to make people stronger. Masa has also talked about his time machine management theory, the theory that the US is like the future, and every other country will go through the same technology transition. So, if you know what's successful in the US, investing in other places is like going back in time in a time machine. There are undoubtedly some lessons to learn from Masa. But the truth is, Masa Son remains an enigma. Is he one of the most shrewd investors and businessmen ever, with a vision of the future many people just aren't yet appreciating? Or is he a lucky gambler, destroying venture capital and manipulating markets? The debate over whether Masa is crazy or a genius will continue. But I say, why can't he be both?
This is definitely an exciting life. I'm having fun.
Wow.
If you want to know the story behind some of Masa Son's investments, you can check out these mini business movies I made right here. Thanks for being a legend and watching to the end. I'll see you next time. Cheers.
Who plays with chat in the center of their screen. There's tons of things you can do in League of Legends to get an advantage over your enemies, from assistant apps that show when wards will expire, when jungle camps will spawn, time summoner spell cooldowns for you, and even tell you when you're likely to get ganked.
Their mid laner might be roaming right now!
And the jury is split between people who are actively against using anything like this on the grounds that cheating in video games prints you fast pass tickets to hell in the afterlife, and then there's the rest of us who have sold our moral compasses a long time ago to help fund our monthly subscriptions to other things like seeing the knockers that our favorite rapper is rocking. I'm in the second group. But what if there were things built straight into League of Legends, created by Riot themselves, that give players a massive advantage and Riot will never do anything about it because it would cost them some of their juicy profits? I'll show you what I mean. Certain skins in this game give players enormous advantages through things like deceptive inaccurate hitboxes, hard to see abilities, and other glitches. Some of these advantages are so drastic that Riot has actually banned some skins from pro play and competitive tournaments, and while they are more quiet than a fart in a fan factory about which particular skins these are, leaks from competitive servers allowed losers like me to find out exactly who is banned and why. So today I'm going to show you 2 of my favorite skins to use and how having these subtle advantages helps me pop off. But I'm guessing 99% of you are like me in that you aren't in the League Partner program, you don't make jack shit off YouTube's ad revenue, and the thought of giving Riot Games your own money makes you dry heave when that money could be going toward a single gallon of gas, which is where Buff comes in. Buff is a way where you can earn free skins just by playing League of Legends. Once you have enough points you can fast and really boss in PvP. They that there are currently improvements as well. Alright, tell your brain it isn't in River, it's basically like searching for a piss stream under Niagara Falls, and so right off the bat I'm like, listen up you degenerate losers who play League, we are going to invite ourselves into their neck of the woods immediately. So long story short, they oblige, and sure enough Ellen DeGeneres is shitting herself in the three-way weeds, so I tie him to a wall, let everyone take a bite, and bam, we have a bit of a standoff. This results in a who's gonna eat the last bagel bite, but eating said bagel bite might get you killed type of situation, and leave it to a Master Yi to lead the greed train as I nab that sucker with a sound wave straight through the statue's anus, which leaves Timmy dipshit with just enough health for us to say calculated. Then because I woke up today feeling like a douchebag, I immediately went mid instead of to my assigned cubicle, and the timing was right because the weaponized jungler was trying to slay a Pikachu, so I come and whip a bing bong at him, then watch helplessly as he commits homicide, leaving me in a bit of a pickle, but the boys in blue come up big and I leave with another totally calculated amount of health. At this point I'd assume my Kog'Maw is going full gamer rage, trying to shove a TV remote up his shithole as Ezreal tries to enter an alternative dimension where you apparently don't need brain cells, leaving both a dead walking caterpillar carcass and a cat left for me to clean up myself. I'm just happy-go-lucky on my Bing Bong collection route when I see spin tits lower than a bent over bricklayer's jeans waistline, and I'm trying to see some butt crack, so I head into Flanky Frankie'sville, throw a camera down, and then take out my notes on how to enter a barred tunnel before saying surprise, your package has arrived and it will not be waiting for its mid laner to collect any kill participation. But leaving my ADC alone must have had him so angry he ripped his skin off, so I head down to tame the temper only to enter during an action scene, so I heal myself, then hit the fuckboy express into the back of the pack where I wave my magical conch shell at the blonde till he dies. Then I'm all like, Koggy listen, me and the pile of fun-sized wizards will take care of Kitty, but he's all like, nah, I'd rather die for a chance of you not stealing one of the kills, and I'm like, suit yourself dumbass, and then I take the double. And I'm over here on a damn bard support kill record pace, but some people just can't be happy for others, I guess. That said, I see the crying coked up sword lord in the area, so I show what I've been practicing for every night for the last 12 years and masturbate all by myself. Sure enough, the bait works and blonde boy actually thinks I won't clutch heal myself at the last second to survive his last finger jizzler, and everyone clap for the Cog who got his first kill. And to all the haters out there saying I won't be able to do jack shit with all the kills, check out this next scene where I come in to set up Sari, who whips her cooldowns at Casper the Ghost, then gets distracted trying to pick a booger as I fend off in 1v1. I then get word that the enemy Darius thinks dressing up in his pink and purple best makes it acceptable to absolutely humiliate my Kale, so I ping the shit out of his location because I won't rest until we take down the bullies of the world, and I refuse to believe he can take down both of them. And I refuse to believe he... Well, at least we had a third in the area, and I refuse to believe she won't be able to clean... Okay, well, let the record show I gave two separate people the opportunity to get the kill before I took it myself. And considering King Spin to win was basically asking for a dessert menu after taking on 3 of us, I had my concerns about the viability of us fighting when he had friends over this time. But Yi was all Tuco Salamanca post-meth snort, and the bad guys were doing their best Jenga block impersonation by stacking up tightly, so this one against all odds worked out in our favor. Anyways, I'm back on my grind picking up magical trash from the Rift Interstate when I get a strong feeling that Ezreal is gonna be taking dirty pics to Centilux in the tall grass over here, so I catch him with his pants down and then unload a few midget meeps at him, telling him that walls don't apply to me either, then deciding that I should wait for backup before continuing this conversation. This would have allowed us to have some alone time with the aqua-flavored dragon.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Enemy rampage. Enemy double kill. team has destroyed a turret.